Okay. Let's see how this wants to run now that I've fully restarted the computer. There was actually some updates to my Razer stuff, which is my keyboard, my mouse, and some of my other peripheral stuff. So I don't know if that was messing with it or what it was, but hopefully this runs better. And anything that was screwing with it has been resolved. I'm gonna give this a shot. Try to do my best to get through stuff. Because it looks like the Sun Beasts are up. I'm gonna go over here and actually partake in this event. Because I find them fun and entertaining. Because they allow you to fight as animals. And it's kind of fun to see how you can do playing as an animal. There we go. Alright, that's one. There are 3 other Sun Beasts that have to be defeated. 2 of them are down south here. One of them is farther up north. I am going to try to go do all of them and progress this mini chain. See how I do with it. I don't know if I will be able to beat all of them. Some of them are semi-difficult to do. Simply because, honestly, they either do a lot of damage or the skills of the animals take a long time to charge. But, alright, that's 2. So let's swim down here and see if we can get a 3rd one done. And then we'll have to go all the way up north to do the last one. Looks like someone might be fighting this one. Yeah, somebody's fighting this one. So I'm not gonna have time to jump into that one. I'm just gonna start heading up towards the other one. I trust they'll be able to finish that one. They pretty much had it done anyways. Yep, just dropped from the mini-map, so that event is done. So now we have to go all the way up here to do this one, which is fine, because we need the POI, and we have to do this heart anyways. So this actually works well for us. Granted, we are going to be swimming past all of these crate, which could cause us some problems if they start attacking and actually hit us. I kind of want to do the defend mission. But at the same time, Sun Beasts. I think I want to do the Sun Beast East instead. So. Whoop. Okay, where is... There we are. There's the one I want. Alright. Okay. Wee. I can do that too. Alright. See if we can't take this last one out before we die. There we go. That should finish it. Sweet. Hey, we can get a better spear. That's basically the same hammer we already have. But now we got a slightly better spear, so that's nice. Alright, now I want to go up here to finish the Champion of the Sun meta line by going and fighting... Well, not this Skull, but I'm going to take the Skull out anyways. I'm going to go fight this champion. And attempt... Dodge. Run away. Run away. Wait for the thing to change. It is unfortunate that the one downstate doesn't really allow me to do much here. I'm a crab. Hey. You could help. I realize you're in crab form, but you could help. The other person over there could also help, rather than just stand there on the edge. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Well, progress is being made. It's slow, but it is being made, at least. Alright. Should just about have this. There it is. Got it. Yeah. Did it. Alright. Now let's move on. Okay. Since we've gained a couple of levels, actually, let's check and see. Okay, we have not gotten any more skill points from leveling yet. And we have not done any hero points lately to get more. Now, it will take 9 hero points to get the elite skill here for meditation training. However, we do not unlock elite skills till level 31. So, for now, I'd rather get some more usable skills. I don't actually like that one. Stand your ground is probably better than this Signet right now. Let's head back out to go do this Renowned Heart. And to see if maybe that other event is still up over here, because that would be so cool if it was. Doesn't look like it is, though, because it definitely should have popped if I could still do it. Oh, nope, there it is. Cool. Let's go down here and see about this event. Unfortunately, this event is not close enough to the village for us to get credit for the Renowned Heart. Would be nice if it was. Although I believe it ends up getting close enough eventually. But I'm not gonna guarantee that. And immediately shift to Resurrection. Alright. Yeah, because I think it heads straight over, so I'm not sure it'll get close enough for us to get any heart progression, which is, again, most unfortunate. But it's okay. Doing the events is still a nice way to get experience and everything. And what are you... Seriously? We good? Can we get out of the water now? Since you were already out of the water once. Thank you. Need to go get this POI anyways. Because I haven't noticed any issues since restarting, and the stream does seem to be running much smoother, I do believe it had to have been the updates for my Razer equipment that was causing the frame drops and problems with the stream before. So hopefully those are all resolved. I will be attempting to stream a little later tonight than I have the last couple of days, being as it is Sunday. My guild doesn't necessarily do anything, strictly speaking. We do occasionally have some other stuff. We will do fractals, dungeons, stuff like that, but nothing that's a hard, fixed weekly event that we do every week. So I should be good to stream a little later. I won't need to jump off quite as early. There's also the fact that I don't have to work tomorrow morning. I do have to work tomorrow, but I work later in the day. I love how that thunder shrimp literally just, like, casually dipped out into the ground. There we go. So, I'm quite hopeful that I will be able to get a longer stream today. I'm not going to guarantee that will be the case. I may have to cut out earlier than I would like. A lot of it really depends on stuff with my wife, and what she ends up having going on. Currently, I know of nothing going on. She has not told me of any plans other than some minor stuff that she went out to do this afternoon. Nothing that concerns me, however. So I am pretty much free for most of the night. I may at some point switch over to my Elementalist and work on story missions and things that he is on. Simply because I do kind of want to advance his story because he is still behind. I have not kept up to date with his story. So he is currently in the middle of End of Dragons. So I do basically have about 3/4 of that expansion to do, and then the entirety of the Secrets of Obscure expansion story to do on him. Before I am actually up to the point of the Janthier Wilds expansion story. I am off of work entirely on Tuesday. It is my day off. So I will most likely try to grind out story stuff and, if nothing else, get him caught up that day. I may or may not stream that. I haven't actually decided yet. A lot of times I try to avoid streaming newer games and things simply because a lot of people do, and I try not to get lost in that group of people who are like, oh, I need to stream this brand new thing day one just to get views. Because that's not how I want to get my views. I don't want to be that streamer that's always streaming day one content. I'd much rather just stream things I enjoy and have more casual interaction and casual fun with my viewers. I would like if I can get regular enough viewers and a large enough group of viewers to actually do some interactive things. I do own pretty much all of the Jackbox games on my Xbox, so I do have basically all of the Jackbox party packs. There's also several other games that I could jump online with people. Alright. Let's get this POI and then dive all the way down to the bottom. Because we need to get this hero challenge. You wanna... Alright, Damos. You wanna stop and just die, please? Thank you. Alright, there we go. Alright. I'm actually gonna swim up this way. Well, I do need to go over and get that Vista, as well as the other stuff. I do want to grab this kite basket just because. Alright. Grab me the ore. Grab more ore. I don't necessarily think that... Whoops. Did not mean to throw out my glider there. I don't necessarily think that I need to worry too much about how much experience I'm getting. I definitely know that I am going to end up over-leveled. When you are doing the early maps and new characters, even if you are a completely new player just starting out for the first time and it is your first character you are leveling up, you will find yourself becoming over-leveled semi-quickly, because they have added so much to the game to get experience, the adventure guide being a big part of that. And I know I explained it in one of my previous streams. I hate this. There we go. I don't care for jumping on these posts. It irritates me. Anyways, we actually just gained 2 full levels in the last, like, 20 minutes. Because of events and things. And that will be the case simply because of how they have stuff set up. I think I'll just go with power on this. Now, our next level will give us 6 more hero points, which will be good because that'll allow us to get more skills. And a lot of the leveling is very quick because of things like the adventure guide and just buffed rewards. ArenaNet did that simply because they realized that with pretty much the entirety of the veteran player base being in the higher level areas, the low level areas did not really hold much for people to do or people to interact with. So we do kind of have a somewhat rushed level system now. I'm actually going to hold on to those hero points rather than use them now. As you can see, I was actually getting very close to having a full inventory. That can just be destroyed because I don't care. That's better than what I have equipped. I'm not currently using an axe, and I don't really care for axe. Do I have an axe? No, I'm using mace on that one. Okay, that is better than what I have set. Not using a staff. That spear is... that spear is weird. It is technically more damage. However, it's lower on stats. So it's kind of a trade-off. I don't think I want to use it, though. Great sword, I'm just... Well, sword, I don't remember actually using a sword now that I think about it. I don't think I've tried sword. Yeah, I definitely had not tried sword because it unlocked skills. So I have not ran a sword. Huh. Let's test out sword then. Weird. This is, I believe, an identical hammer. Yeah, that's literally an identical hammer. Okay, that's fine. That is identical as well. That is... I can sell this at the trade post? Seriously? For 17 silver. Why is that 17 silver? It's... I kind of want to take that back and see what I get for returning it if it's that valuable. I am definitely curious to see why that is so valuable. Okay, then. That's weird. Let's salvage out what we're not using. You know what? I'm going to stick with sword for a little while, so I will get a better mace later. Okay, Titan's Staircase. If this is literally just an item to use to complete this heart, I want to know why it's 17 silver. Wow, that's actually a really good attack. So that I may actually start running Sword Shield. Yeah, I can literally just give it to her for nothing. Do I get anything out of this? Okay, I am very curious about this. So I am actually going to look this up on the wiki real quick. So I Yeah, no, it literally, if you give it to her, it's just for heart completion. That's so weird. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna legitimately sell that on the trade post because I can. I will take the 17 silver. Or, well, 15 silver after the trade post fees, but that is super weird that that can just casually be sold on the trade post. I don't know why anyone would buy one, but okay. Also, it's saying there's a heart I missed over here. Okay, I definitely went up that way and did all that stuff. Okay. Since I'm pretty much done with that stuff, let's go back over here and start working on the stuff over here that we did not do. The bottom is completely done. But that's still so weird that that stuff can be sold. Yeah, I've done this event. Hard pass on doing it again. Now, because I wanted to show this off, the reason we're not getting credit for the stuff in Adventure Guide Volume 2 is because it requires it being in higher level areas than we're in. These areas here, Snowden Drift, Yessa Plateau, Brisbane Wildlands, and Kessex Hills, are the level 16 to, I think, 30 areas. Or it might be 16 to 25, something like that. So basically we have to go to the next area. And that is true for a lot of these. Points of interest are the same. Waypoints, vistas. It all requires us to be in the next area. So we won't really be getting much more from the adventure guide right now. We could get some by doing crafting. I don't really feel like doing crafting. It is a good way to level quickly. And you can generally make yourself fairly good armor and weapons. And the big draw for it is you can make ones with the stats that you are specifically looking for, rather than just relying on the randomness of drops. Somebody has been through here lately. Ah, there's an event, that's why. Cool. Free opportunity to get some stuff. Neat. Alright, cool. Jump in on this event then. I do like the fact that the Guardian has built-in cleave. That is really nice. That went remarkably better than I thought it would. I honestly thought with that many enemies at once, I would probably actually have some problems. Apparently I was wrong. Neat. Bah. Haha, I win. Also, I apparently missed a POI. Okay. If you look in the bottom left of my corner where chat is, you can see someone mention pre in 1 minute. They are referring to the prerequisite events to spawn this area's world boss. Which unfortunately we don't necessarily have a good way to get to because it's like up here. So for us to get to it, we would basically have to run up there, bypassing everything else. Which I'm not opposed to doing. I might do it. Simply because, honestly, the world boss is worth doing. Take all these guys out. Guardian really does have really good DPS and survivability. I am surprised. I mean, I know I'm in a low-level area on a low-level character, but the fact that I am just casually taking out, like, 5 or 6 enemies at the same time. I mean, granted, I can do the same thing on my Elementalist, but I have a lot more practice with him, and he is kind of spec'd a little differently for AoE damage / survivability with his celestial gear and stuff. So he's a little different. with any luck, we can actually make it up here to the world boss before they kill it. Although it looks like it has not spawned yet, so we should be good. Yep. Okay, there is the world boss. Looks like it just started. So that's good. So we can go ahead and start attacking and attempting to bring it down. Where the heck am I? There I am. Ooh, that's not good. Let's get out of there. Alright, now for these, they don't actually take damage per se till you break their defiance bar. So you kind of have to use CCs on them. It's basically a giant CC check. I am not really doing a whole lot of damage to this thing, but I am doing my best for being low level and not having high level gear. What I did there was called rallying. I kind of forgot I hadn't done that before now. Rallying is where you actually kill an enemy while in your down state. And it basically revives you with a portion of your max health. We should be getting the final husks. Okay, that's one down. Second one's down. And third one's down. The problem is the Great Jungle Worm got some serious healing off that. Which is what we are trying to avoid. But not a whole lot we can do about it. Luckily, after the first time you spawn those husks, they don't spawn again. There are 3 fixed spawn percentages for those husks, and after they're defeated, they don't respawn. So, we don't have to worry about that. Alright, cool. Alright, now let's throw my back piece on, open this. See what we have that might be useful. That's a great sword. That's a spear gun that I can't use. That's... That's armor. That would be great if I could wear it, but I can't because it requires level 26. That's fantastic. Beautiful. Alright, let's put that on. And we can at least put this one on. This is... At level 25, you unlock dungeons. One dungeon specifically, which is the lowest level dungeon, which is Azkaban Catacombs. But they're basically just telling you about Destiny's Edge and that they're looking for them, and you eventually meet all the members of Destiny's Edge and stuff and work with them in the dungeons to do things. However, that's later stuff, and honestly, Destiny's Edge, while they play a semi-decent role in the story of the game, they're not really that much of a driving factor. Okay, let's see if there's anything else I can use here. That requires level 26. Can't use. Don't want to use. Can't use. Can't use. Can't use. Alright, let's do some salvaging then. That one I want to keep for when I level again. Everything else can be salvaged. Alright. Now, I might as well finish the heart since I'm right here. Then we'll start working our way back down towards previous areas that we ran through to get up here to do the world boss. Not sure why he's fighting the Moss Heart, but whatever. Okay. Now, this is the dungeon Twilight Arbor. It is a much higher level than we are, so we are not going to be even beginning to think about attempting that right now. Because that would be complete suicide. Alright, that takes care of that. Now we can head back down. I know it's directing us towards the unfinished hero point and stuff to the north of us. However, I want to go back down and finish the stuff farther south on the map. Because there's a lot of stuff we haven't done down here. Vista, Waypoint, POI. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we need to do down here. And some stuff that I'm not gonna be able to do. Because it definitely requires more skill and equipment than I have. Now, what you want to do here is aim at this gong and throw the rock. It'll open this door, which lets you into a mini dungeon. This mini dungeon is most likely going to kill the crap out of us. Because, honestly, this is not a place for low-level characters. Well, it is designed for level 15, and we are significantly above that. Our gear isn't. And there is a lot, and I do mean a lot of enemies in here. I'm actually going to swap this over for Sanctuary. Actually, no, I'm going to put Smite Condition on. And that's why. This is where the problem comes in. There is that champion there. And if you aggro him, you're going to have a bad time. Because not only is there a champion, he also has 3 veterans with him. Which is why we're just sneaking past them. And kind of just running up here. So, these are the tiers of Italicol. And you have to make 2 patterns to light the torches on that gate and open it. The 2 patterns are up on the wall there. I'm going to pick this up and put it back down. I'm going to do that for basically all of these. Okay. That did not trigger it like I wanted. So we will have to shift it over to the other one first. So grab this. Move it over here. Take this one, move it up here. And then take this one, move it here. Come on. There we go. Okay, that one's done. So now we just have to reverse it back. There we go. And that should allow us to open the door? No? It should have opened the door. Hello? Game? What are you doing to me? Okay, well, we'll just do the next one then. Alright, drop that. Move this one up here. Take this one off. Drop it there. Okay, that should be that pattern. And let's put that one there. Take this one back here. Grab this one. Put it here. Okay, that lit that torch. This one needs to move up here. There we go. Okay. So there's 4 of those you have to do. I was thinking there was only 2. I don't know why I was thinking that. There's the flower here. There's alchemy supplies over there you can interact with. There's that chest there. There's also this raven here. That is part of collection stuff for one of the legendary items. The Ravenwood Staff. There are also these Aether Blade people here guarding this chest. The Aether Blade caches like this can only be opened once. I'm going to now simply exit out of here. And as you can see, you go in here and kind of loop around and then back out. So, we are now technically over the swamp. And I'm gonna just head on out to go back to our mapping. Now, I do know that watching mapping is not necessarily the most exciting thing in the world, and I do apologize for that. That is why a lot of the instructional videos on how to get POIs and how to get vistas and things like that are basically clip shows, and really only show you starting point to vista. They don't show all the running in between, no fighting, nothing like that. Because it is kind of boring. I get that. I don't necessarily blame anyone if they don't want to watch me run around and basically do nothing. It's cool if people do, and I do appreciate anyone who does stop in and check the stream out and viewership and stuff. That's not what I want. That's what I want. Now, as you can see here, we do have most of Caledon Forest done. We do have 3 waypoints, 1 heart, and 1 hero point left. I can tell you, because we can see them here, 2 of the waypoints are there and there. The 3rd one we don't know where it is currently. However, I can tell you it's in this area because I do know where it is. The other hero point and heart are also in this middle area here, which is where we're going to head over and get to. Well, the hero point's actually here, but the heart's here. The hero point here and this waypoint are probably going to be the last things we get. And then we will most likely return to the Grove to continue our story. I do want to point out, because I have the map pulled up here, when you create a character and everything, the game does give you 5 waypoints to begin with. The game automatically gives you the waypoints for each of the 5 starting areas. For Caledon Forest, it's the Astoria waypoint here. For the Asuran starting area, Metrica Province, it is Sorin Da waypoint here. Or Sorin Dra, sorry. I can speak, totally. For the human area, it's Queensdale, and it is Shaymore Waypoint. The Norn is over here. It is Wayfarer Foothills, and that gives you Horncall Waypoint to start with. And then finally, the Char starting area, Plains of Ashford, gives you the Smokestead Waypoint. You have all of those waypoints by default. I don't necessarily know why. Because, honestly, you don't need access to those other areas via waypoint. There are other ways to get to them. What is pinging over here? It's weird. Is that the... I have no idea why that pinged there, but whatever. Okay, obviously the pinging was for the important things here, which are the saboteurs. Alright. Honestly, that should be enough to keep the saboteurs out of here and allow them to finish. Yep, cool. Okay. That's nice. I am going to go in and get... Well, we don't have it unlocked yet, so we can't train it. I do want to get the elite skill here when we hit level 31 and unlock elite skills. For right now, I'm going to get Wall of Reflection because it's useful. As well as Hold the Line. I think I'm also going to get Inspired Virtue, which will allow me to set virtues here. So this one applies boons to allies when activated and increases my damage based on the boons that I have. So it gives basically additional things to these. There is some other stuff later on that you can get that help out further as well. So, traits can be very useful and are what make the characters more customizable. Alright, let's open up this area. Oh. Hey, the sun beasts are back up again. Cool. Already done them, so I'm not going to do them again. Yawn. Okay. That is that waypoint. I'm also going to go up here and explore this area, because while there's technically nothing up here, it is a good area to open up just because. Bah. Goodbye, spider. Also, goodbye, spider. The big draw of this area, especially for lower level people, is the lettuce patches. These are fixed spawns. There is always, I believe, 7 or 8 lettuce patches here. So, especially for characters that want to do cooking, this is a good location to come to get low-level crafting materials, because lettuce is used in a lot of the early chef recipes. You can also, from fighting the jungle raptors here, get slabs of poultry meat, which are also a very excellent low level cooking ingredient. Alright. Now that we've got all that stuff gathered, we are going to head back towards Lion Guard Way Station Waypoint, which is a very long name for the waypoint and very redundant, but hey, it's what they wanted to call it, so it's what it got called. Okay, now that we got the waypoint, we need to talk to this scout to find the last heart, which is up to the north of us here. I was thinking it was back in the middle, but apparently I was thinking of a different area. So, we now know where everything is. Because we've got the hero point here, the heart here, and the waypoint here. Those are the last three things we need to get 100% map completion. And then we will be absolutely done with Caledon Forest. Alright, since we're right here in town and there are merchants here, let's go ahead and work on clearing through our inventory a little bit. See if there's anything that's actually useful to us. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's not helpful. Okay. Now we just need to sell this stuff. Early on, salvaging stuff can be a little difficult. And you will, unless you choose to get one of the salvage items from the gem store, have to buy salvage kits. Which, they aren't terribly expensive. The merchant right here will have one. The crude one will give you the most basic level materials. Basic will give you the regular crafting materials plus a 10% chance for rarer materials and a chance to keep any rune or sigil that is in armor or weapons that you are salvaging. The fine salvage kit is basically the same as the basic, just with a higher chance of keeping rare materials and upgrades, or getting rare materials and keeping upgrades, I should say. The gem store one I have is basically a permanent reusable basic salvage kit. There are more expensive ones you can get from the gem store that do cost more money per usage. The silver Ed Salvage-O-Matic costs 60 copper per usage, but has rare material chance and upgrade retention chance much closer to the rare salvage kit. I don't think it goes quite all the way to the exotic level one. I think it falls a little short of that. However, I don't really find them necessarily super needed. I do recommend as you get to higher level merchants that you do regularly take note of which ones have the higher harvesting tools. Simply because once you get to higher areas, you're not necessarily going to be able to find a merchant right away. You can, of course, always go back to a town and find a merchant. Which does allow you to get any level of gathering tool. However, that can be tedious having to do that every time you load into a new map, especially if you don't know what level you're going to need. Let me sell all this junk. Alright, there we go. Since we've been going for about an hour and a half and did have about half an hour before that, where the stream was screwing up and dropping frames and stuff, I am going to take a short break. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, I am back. So, once again, because I don't remember if I've done this one. Oop, that is the wrong button. That is my Raptor, not my Skyscale. I am going to do this just so I don't forget that it's here. And again, I will return back to where I just started from to continue along with what we were doing in a normal fashion. Okay, there's 11 more of these. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yay. Alright. Now I'm going to simply fly back over here to the waypoint. And dismount. And again, store that. Alright, there we go. Cool. Okay, so now we head out. And we're off to finish the map. Which, the last thing we're going to end up getting will most likely be the final waypoint, because it is right by the exit of the map, and we'll have to pass everything else to get there. I missed. Alright, let's stomp on all of these. Yay. Alright. Now let's go fight some trolls. Hello, Mr. Troll. Goodbye, Mr. Troll. Warning sign. Alright, there are some herb seedlings up here I want to get as well. There we go. Alright, and one more of literally anything should take care of it. There we go. Nice. I'm gonna grab this one. Now I'm going to equip this, because we can. Um, this is also a better sword than we have, surprisingly. Especially since I'm going to throw this in there. Well, its damage is a little lower. It does have more in stats. So I'm going to go ahead and use that. And then salvage these. Alright. Now we need to go get the hero point. And then the waypoint. And we will be done with Caledon Forest mapping. Alright. Now we just need this last waypoint. 3, 2, 1. Map completion! Alright, so when you complete a map that is not a town map, you get two things. One, you get this nifty little mail saying, congratulations, you've, successfully completed all map objectives in whatever map you have done. Good job. Clap, clap, clap. Enjoy. And then you get the actual map completion rewards. You will get some experience, a little bit of money, and then you will get a crafting material, a couple of weapons or armor, and then most of the time you will get a transmutation charge. However, there is a slim chance, and it is slim, that you can actually get Black Lion keys from the map completion. I do believe there is a weekly cap on how many you can get. I do not know what it is off the top of my head, though. Although I suppose I could technically check. Okay, so the actual chance of getting a Black Lion chest key is about 30-ish%. That being said, the cities give experience and 1 transmutation charge by default. That's it. So, now that we are done with the map, first and foremost, throw that into my thing. Take a look at these. Neither one of them is probably super useful. I have not used a longbow. I know I have not used a longbow. Let's swap the hammer for a longbow right now. Huh. I have not used a longbow enough even on my other guardian that I literally have never unlocked the 5th weapon skill. Wow. That is impressive. That is, even though it is technically one level lower in rarity, actually still better. That's weird. Also, how did changing my hat teach me this skill? Okay, sure. What else? I'm not gonna argue. I will take the free unlock and roll with it. Um, I will say some of these weapons that I have been using, if you are just starting out on a new account, you may or may not be able to use. Because I have the Weapon Master training unlocked on my account, I can use the weapons from the Elite specs, even though I do not have them unlocked. So I can use the longbow, I can use the axe, and I can use swords. Those are not initially available to new accounts till they either have the Weapon Master training from Secrets of the Obscure, or they have physically unlocked it with the Elite specialization. So you will not be able, if you are starting a new account, to be able to use all of the weapons that I can use right away. Which, it's neither here nor there, really. Sword you can't use, or at least sword offhand, I think is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, you can use a sword as a guardian in your main hand. You cannot use it in the offhand, which I have not equipped one in offhand yet. You can't use longbow and you can't use axe without having the elite specs or the weapon trainer mastery. I have never equipped a trident. Huh. I have also not used a pistol. That is simply because I am not allowed to use a pistol. That is the one thing I can't use. Because I have the Weapon Master training. However, I do not have any of the Artisan arms things done. So I do not have the ability to use the weapons that were unlocked for the professions. So for like Guardian, I can't use pistol. Elementalist, I can't use pistol. Necromancer, I can't use sword yet. So there are some that I can't use either. Basically one per profession. Let's jump back to the Grove. Now, I did, because I have access to all the betas and everything, because I have everything unlocked. I have tried out some of the new weapons, like Elementalist Pistol. I don't particularly care for it. I never did try out Pistol on Guardian. It might be good, it might not be. I don't really see too many people running it, so I'm not sure. It's something that I may or may not try out eventually, but currently I have no intention of doing anything with it. Now we need to head up to see the Pale Tree and Kaith. We actually need to head down to see Kaith, but coming up to this is a little faster than actually going down to her house ourselves. I mean, I could have jumped, but alright. Now we are starting our level 20 story. And by the time we are done with this, we will definitely be level 30. So alright. And now we move on. And now we can simply just fast travel there with waypoints. Just have to go up here to Mabon Market. Although first I'm going to run over here to the bank because I want to do something. I want to check something, actually. I don't have any of those in here. Have I done this already? I have. Okay. Thought I had. That's fine. Okay. Alright, we can head out now. Okay. And into our story instance we go. Let's see. Bank tab 5. Stop and think what I have in that one. Those are not actually infusions. My agony infusions that I have in the bank are actually in, I believe, tab 7. Bank tab 5 is actually the original no, I want this one. No, it is legendary weapons I want. Are actually the essence items that come from these chests. Because I have completed tier 1 of the crafting process for every single legendary that has a collection available for it. So that is what those are. Yeah. I kind of, when that first came out, thought I might use it to craft the legendaries I wanted in a cheaper and quicker manner. Then I realized that it took a lot of time, money, and was still basically just the same as doing the legendary normally. The only thing it really gave you was a guaranteed way to get the precursor you wanted. So I kind of threw that on the back burner, and now they all just sit there waiting for me to get back around to it eventually. I did because I wanted it for when Weaver came out for Elementalist actually start, and was working on the second tier for Bolt to make the legendary sword, which then with the introduction of the Wizard's Vault here, if the tab wants to load, thank you. And the introduction of the legendary weapon starter kits. One of, I believe it was set 2, actually had Bolt as an option. So I simply took that and got the precursor that way, and have since made Bolt. I've also made Howler and Dreamer, although I don't actually have Dreamer on my account. Bolt and Howler I use on my Elementalist when I'm running Weaver. The Shortbow Dreamer I actually made as a gift for my wife, because she's obsessed with unicorns and horses and things. And I can promise you that is a very tedious process to make a legendary for someone else and not very rewarding. I mean, it made her happy, so that was nice, but I don't recommend it unless it is someone like your significant other. Just as like an in-game friend, I would never recommend making a legendary for someone. Um, as for the stuff in the bank, they do look nice. However, they are not my favorite thing that I have in the bank. Um, I do have an item in the bank that I shouldn't. Um, oddly enough, the item should not actually exist. Um, I have them entirely because of a bug from the Heart of Thorns beta weekends. In the second beta weekend for Heart of Thorns, there was a bug that they did not catch before a couple of people managed to get items out of the beta and onto actual regular characters. So I actually do have one spot in my bank that has two items because they stack on top of each other that are literally just a question mark item that basically just say coming soon in development type thing. They're not actually real items. They have no value. They can never be used for anything. I just refuse to get rid of them because I don't think anyone will ever be able to actually get something like that again. And it makes for great items to ping when people are deciding they're going to be funny and ping in chat, oh, hey, look what I got. Yeah, they're not necessarily helpful for anything, but it's great for a talking item. Really? Longbow's nice for range, but honestly, I'll probably switch back to hammer. I don't particularly care for ranged guardian. Although that may change at higher levels, I don't know. I really haven't done much with my guardian, so it was part of the reason why I made this character as a guardian. Oh, sure. That's not a problem. Yeah, don't care. Doesn't really matter because I'm not going to use it anyways, I guess. I'm already facing the right way. Cool. Bloop. But yeah, right here in Bank Tab 2, this last item here is just 2 question marks. It's just coming soon and have honestly been sitting there for about, I don't know, 6 years. They're never going to actually make them into anything. They were never meant to come out of the betas. They were supposed to be deleted with the beta characters when they were wiped at the end of the weekend. But because of the bug, I was able to store them in my bank. The actual bug that allowed it to happen was due to the pre-order item from pre-ordering Guild Wars 2 base game, which is actually this little golem here. They did not realize, and they didn't take into account when you made a beta character for the Heart of Thorns betas, that they had forgot to exclude it from getting that banker item. And the beta characters weren't supposed to have access to the banks. They were automatically given 4 20-slot bags just as default equipment, along with being level 80, because all Heart of Thorns areas are level 80 maps. So they figured you wouldn't actually need to use the bank on the characters, because they were only meant to be used for like 2-3 days. However, the Golem Banker still functioned completely normally. So it allowed beta characters to access their bank. The beta characters, if you played Guild Wars 1 and had the item, could also access the Hall of Monuments via the Hall of Monuments portal stone that I have sitting here. It's not permanent. The Golem Banker you get when you make a new character if you pre-ordered Guild Wars 2 when it first came out, is a 2-week item. It runs out and is just trash after 2 weeks from the first time you use it. Once you use it, it will actually display how many days or weeks are left on it. The only reason this one doesn't have a counter on it is because I've never actually used it. I may just end up at some point deleting it. For me, as well as most veteran players, we don't necessarily need them anymore, even if we do still get them when we make characters. Because most of us have some form of early bank access via other items. For me personally, I actually have 2 of them. One that I keep in my shared inventory slot here, which is my permanent airship pass. And then from pre-ordering Path of Fire, I also have a permanent invitation to Lily of the Elon, both of which have immediate bank access as soon as you create the character. So I don't really need the Golem Bankers anymore. But yeah, Bank Tab 5 is all the essences, along with a couple other things. I mean, there's experimental staff head I was using to make Bifrost. That's the Spirit of the Zap experiment to go along with the second tier collection for Bolt. miscellaneous legendary tributes. Oh, it's 9 that I have those in, actually. These are actually the Agony Infusions, which I don't actually have that many in there right now. You'd be surprised how many people actually are still around that pre-ordered the game when it first came out. I actually know several people that still play. Several of them in my guild. It's not something that most of us use anymore. Most everybody just deletes it as soon as they create the character. Because, as I said, it's not really necessary anymore. But, just like those 2 question mark items, I do have some items down here in some of the lower tabs that are just things that I keep permanently. Much like this Frostbitten toolbox here. Technically, I could open it to get a gathering tool. It would give me a random tool. Sickle, axe, or pick. I really wouldn't have any say in which one I got. And those would give me snowflakes from harvesting. However, the Frostbitten toolboxes are another discontinued item that you just can't get anymore. So I keep it just as a reminder of things that used to be in existence. Mostly because I like having weird nostalgic things. And a lot of the rest of this is just junk that I really need to go through and get rid of. Or use. I really need to use a lot of these boosters that are taking up bank slot 1. Bank tab 1 is half boosters that I just never use. And honestly, some of this stuff in here I really can't use. I mean, technically I could use them, but they serve no purpose. I mean, all 5 of these are experience scrolls to instantly jump your character to level 20, 30, all the way to 60. And I get those periodically throughout the year as my characters reach specific birthdays. But they really don't serve a purpose. 1, it's quick enough to level characters that they're not really needed. 2, I don't make new characters that often. And there's also just immediate level 80 boosts now that you can get. Which this one I actually got when I pre-ordered the Janthier Wilds expansion. And I still have to figure out what character I'm going to use that on, if I'll ever use it. I mean, I may make a character for the sole purpose of using that just to free up the shared inventory slot. Actually, I am going to use one of these. That's fine. Don't care about body. I just want to get access to the other hairstyles. I know there's a better hairstyle in here somewhere. Nah. No. Okay. I want that one. I forgot there weren't any exclusive ears. That's weird. Okay. Why are there no exclusive skin colors? They really should have put exclusive skin colors in here. Alright, well, thanks for stopping by, and I appreciate it everything. You have a good night. Again, no exclusives. I think I want Black Sea. Although I do need to change the skin color. Because Blackstone goes with this one a little better. There we go. Yay! Alright, that takes care of that.
That is a better longbow.
Although I'm leaning more towards going back to the hammer. I'll equip it, I'll give the longbow a little bit more of a chance. That I don't care about, that's just junk. Missed that one. Okay, sell junk. Alright. And now we are off to continue the story. Yeah, I can just run there. It's not that far. Okay. Now, into the second story instance of the level 20 story, where we are hunting down the thieves that stole our items. Or, well, stole our materials. Brute force. Like it. Bribery. Also like it. Why would you think that would work? Seriously, why would you think just coming out and just being like, hey, tell us what you know would ever work? I mean, I'd rather you not. I mean, we are not burning things, Arlon. I'm gonna let him do his own thing up there. Okay. I don't know what Arlon's doing, but I'm mildly concerned that you think it's good at both getting rid of rust and as a topping for apple pie. Okay. That clearly was too much. You can give me some information. I think I'll be fine, my guy. That sounds about right. Alright, let's go help Arlon now. Alright, now let's resurrect Arlon because he was dumb and got himself killed. Alright. Let's chat, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me, honestly. Why do you have 26 kids? That, I mean, I realize you're a frog race, but that seems excessive. Probably. This is true. He's not. Probably. Okay. That's a problem. Uh-huh. Alternatively, because we know where their village is, we could just go confront them and then tell Traherne after the fact. Which would be much faster and less likely to risk people getting hurt when they use the extract before we get a chance to get back where we need to go after going to the grove. That being said, the game doesn't actually let us do that, and we do have to return to the grove, which is tedious and annoying. I'd much rather just advance to the village and move on, but hey, I didn't write the story. Traherne, buddy, friend, pal. We need to get going. Yeah, you know who knows that? The Dengad'll know. Yeah. I'm gonna go with this one. Yeah, you go ahead and do that. We'll see how it works for you. Alright, I've got the longbow equipped. It's... Okay, that's 244 and 275 with 33 power. So it's exactly the same as that one, which means none of these are really going to be useful, so they don't matter. Not as good, can't use, because I don't have the Astral Ward Arsenal achievement. Alright, so, don't care, salvage, consume, deposit, compact. And away we go. So, I want to check my dailies and stuff real quick. Okay, I finished those. Okay, I finished that. I don't really need the other ones, because none of them give anything super important. I mean, that gives a favor of the bazaar, but I can get one of those after reset. Since I'd already had one, I didn't need it to make the favor of the festival. I don't really feel like dealing with any of the rest of the stuff. So, let's see. This is the third one, which means there should probably be one or two more after that one. So we should be about half done with this right now. So now we just have to meet him in the swamp, which is actually the swamp where we fought the world boss earlier. Because this is actually where their house is, or where their village is. The mini dungeon we went through earlier is actually their village area, per se. But we're just gonna come up here and we'll run down to where the story is. This is one of the nice things about having completed the map before doing the level 20 story, is we have all the waypoints available. It makes getting to the story instances a lot quicker and easier. Yeah. That seems like a very, very foolish plan. Okay. So, basically, we tricked them to meeting us so we can simply kill them. That seems like a very bad plan. Okay, sure. Because I know where to hide them, right? Okay, hide in this barrel. I guess I could hide one of them in the cart. You gonna follow me, or are you gonna get stuck on the tree? Come on, get over here. Thank you. Have him hide there. Just have this one hide up here, maybe. Let's just have him hide over here. I don't know how they necessarily hide just in nowhere, but sure. And we'll just have him hide there. Okay. You say that, but I'm guessing brute forcing our way in probably would have worked just as well. If not better, actually, because we still have to fight them. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Here, guys, hold this. I definitely did not mean to try and attack that firefly. Good thing it was out of range. Hi, buddy. How's it going? So, about my extract. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, this is going to be a problem. Let's see, toughness, power, condi. I think I'll go toughness just because. Alright, that's level 27. Which also gives me a staff that I really don't like, Guardian Staff, so this is just gonna end up getting salvaged out, so it doesn't really matter which one I take. Oh, hey, we got a basic salvage kit. Neat. The power and ferocity is slightly better than just pure toughness. I'll equip that once that's done. I am kind of warming up to the longbow, honestly. So, I think I'm gonna stick with longbow, actually. For melee, I can use the sword shield that I have. I kind of like sword shield and longbow, actually. So, I think I'm gonna start rocking those as my primary weapons. So, let's go ahead and use this salvage kit and just get rid of the rest of the stuff. That way we can clear out some inventory space. I mean, I did get that 12 slot bag, which is helpful. And did put us up to 48 inventory slots. Oddly enough, the best time to get 20 slot bags, in my opinion, is actually coming up in a couple of months. Because it is actually the Halloween event, Shadow of the Mad King. Because the event currency, for lack of better terms, that you collect from it in large quantities is candy corn. And for 1,000 candy corn, you can get a candy corn cob. And you can get a 20 slot bag for 3 candy corn cobs. And you can basically farm candy corn non-stop. And get several thousand candy corn a day. So it makes it super easy to get 20 slot bags. Let's see. Since I got more skill points as well, I kind of want to finish some of my skill training. The problem is I also kind of want to work on some of my specializations. Virtue specifically, simply because I can only currently have one. This one doesn't unlock until level 45. So I'm thinking I'm gonna get the next 3 things in Virtue, since I have 9 skill points. Because I really do want to get this trained. The problem is it takes, as you can see, to fully train it, 49 skill points. Or hero points. I can get those fairly easily through both map completion and leveling, so that's not really an issue. Let's see. Strike damage dealt is increased while you have Aegis. Strike damage dealt is increased while you are above the health threshold. Health threshold is 90%. Eesh, that's high. You basically have to be at full health for that to take effect. Or have Aegis, or both. Both would be good. Alright, gain resolution and Aegis when disabled. That's could be useful. Consecrations gain increased duration. Do I use any concentrations? I don't think I even use any of those right now. Those are shouts. Those are spirit weapons, signets. Yeah, I'm not currently using any of those, although Wall of Reflect is good. And increased duration on it could be good. I also don't really use these much. The stability one could be good. That gives me 2 stabilities. I mean, I could also use Purging Flames, because that's good for Condi Clear, as well as DPS. So... I think I want to use these. I mean, I do have the Condi Clear from my Signet of Resolve, but Receive the Light also kind of makes me feel like it would be a more useful thing. Obviously, Litany of Wrath really just isn't super useful. I mean, it's 6 seconds of healing based on your damage, which if you're doing damage, it's great. But it's really only truly useful if you're spec'd for DPS. If you're spec'd for tanking or healing, I don't think it would be as useful. I think Receive the Light is probably the best way to go here. At least for now. Alright, I think that's good. Alright, so now once again we have to come back to the Grove. Okay, and back down here into our home instance. I believe this is the last part of the level 20. Where is Arlon? There we go. Great. Where's Arlon? Okay. I mean, if they're trying to wipe all non-Hylics out, is that really a bad thing that their entire tribe gets poisoned? Yeah, he's already at the Ogatl grounds. He got captured. There's no way he didn't get captured. He's captured and they're planning on making an example out of him. Now, this is actually the first story mission that is going to be taking us into Brisbane Wildlands, which is the next area for Asura and Sylvari. Their starting areas merge in Brisbane Wildlands. The Sylvari, depending on what options you chose for your personal story stuff, could also take you the other way over here to Kessex Hills, which is the merged area for Sylvari and human. The Asura, oddly enough, only have the one merged area. All of their stuff is pretty much Brisbane Wildlands, due to their area basically being blocked off from everything else. The humans also only really have the one combined area with the Sylvari, because again, their stuff is cut off by higher level areas, and the main town of the world, for lack of better terms. I mean, it is a primarily human town. However, it is kind of a mix of everybody with Lion's Arch. The Norn also have a secondary area in Snowden Drift, and the second area for the Char is Desia Plateau. There is some crossover between Norn and Char in Desia Plateau, because Wayfarer Foothills does connect to both. And there is later on crossover between the Char and the humans, with the explorable area Fields of Ruin here, which the humans have a town in called Ebonhawk. But those are later areas that we'll get to. For now, we're simply going to go up here to Weshmire Waypoint and then advance over into the new area. So, welcome to Brisbane Wildlands. Now, because this is the next area, stuff we do here, vistas, renowned hearts, events, all that stuff, will start advancing Volume 2 of our adventure guide again. So we will start getting a lot more experience a lot quicker, simply because we are going to be getting the adventure guide experience again, now that we are to the Volume 2 areas. And obviously the first thing we're going to do is talk to the scout here to find out where the hearts are and such. Due to the fact that we are in the middle of story stuff, I am going to continue with the stories rather than do the hearts and things right here. And that is simply because, as I explained in my stream the other day, when I'm doing the story stuff, I do prefer to do all of it at once rather than stop and start. I do recommend, once you get to this area, that I'm going to just destroy this, that you do buy at least iron harvesting tools. Simply because the copper harvesting tools will not work for a large number of the harvesting nodes here in the higher level areas. I know I said I wasn't going to work on the hearts, but I do want to do this event just because. Alright, this is getting dangerous. Yeah, you know, you guys could help me with this veteran that's over here. We also need to take out this one. Got it. Nailed it. Alright. Now we're going to just continue on to our story mission. I am going to continue to gather materials. Simply because I do want to collect materials. Mostly because I don't spend a whole lot of time in these maps collecting this level material. And it is nice to get lower tier materials now and then. They are useful. One, if in case you do want to make a crafting character. And two, in case you want to work on some of the more obscure and rare crafts such as Scribe, which is very expensive and takes a lot of materials. What am I even gathering here? Clams? Okay. Sure, whatever. Yeah, regenerate that, buddy. Again, where's this thing I'm gathering? Here it is. Okay. Mostly I'm just doing this just because I'm here in the area. Since I'm passing through the area anyways, it didn't make much sense not to work on the heart while I was in the area. You're welcome, my guy. Okay, gotta come back down here. There we go. Come on, get up there. There we go. Alright. And into the story. Let's go. Party time. Okay, so they're not going to poison themselves, they're going to poison the entire forest. Yeah, I keep telling you, Arlon's already gonna be in there. There's no way he's not. Of course it's a trap. Why wouldn't it be a trap? Boop. Oh, look. Froggies. Okay, my guy, knock it off. Alright, let's go. Oh, look. More froggies. Okay, you know what? Sanctuary. Drop dead. Thank you. Okay. Because these guys are using primarily poison ranged attacks, I am going to swap Purging Flames for a Wall of Reflection. Does not work underground. Okay. Cool. Neat. That's fun. Let's swap it for Smite Condition. Yeah. Told you he was captured. Called it. Okay. Alright. You guys need to go away. Okay, so it doesn't really do anything to him. Lovely. Alright. Well, that works. Took care of that. Yeah. My question is, why do I have a garden and they don't? You'd think if twins are that rare and that, you know, special to the Sylvari, that they would be granted their own garden. Now, because this is the end of the level 20 storyline, all of these items are basically the best you can get for level 20, and most of them, with the exception of the chest piece there, have selectable stats. Also, Spirit Shard, which is basically a level after you hit level 80. That's not what I wanted. Actually, that'll be fine. Because I need to equip them before I can select stats. Alright. Now, I'm going to go with Mighty, just for the power. These... Zerker is standard. I think I actually, for my Elementalist, made a full set of Ascended Celestial. Which means it's balanced stats across the board. For this one, however, I think I'm actually going to take dragons. It's not quite as good as other ones that have fewer stat selections, because obviously it doesn't give us large of stat bonuses when it's divided out amongst more stats. However, it is a good combination to use and to have. Salvage all of this stuff. That I might actually change out for my shield. This one is basically the exact same as the one I currently have. It's just a different skin. It is a racial armor. So it only is wearable by Sylvari. I really don't see a point in using it since I already have the one that has a rune in it. So I am going to salvage it. This shield is actually worse than the one I have equipped. So we will actually keep the one I have equipped. And that's medium armor, so I can't use it anyways. And this is not salvageable, nor is it sellable, because it is simply an item I received for pre-ordering Guild Wars 1 when it first came out 12 years ago. So this is just junk. Honestly, this Golem Banker is also junk. I'm going to hold on to him for a little while longer, just because I can, and he may end up being useful at some point in a later area when I don't want to go to a bank or something. But so that's it for level 20 story. So we now have to reach level 30 to unlock our next story missions, which can easily be done by mapping. Obviously, map completion will take priority of currently accessible or currently sent to areas. A lot of times when I am doing map completion for actual map, like 100% map completion on the character, I will do it based off of levels. So I will do all of the level 1 to 15 areas first, then do the level 16 to 25 areas, and work my way up that way so I know I don't miss any. If you do want to get some early quick levels, you can use the waypoints that are granted to you automatically in each of the 5 starting zones to enter the 5 racial towns and fully explore them pretty much immediately. To get the experience from the town mapping, which is super simple and you really can't fail or miss things. There are some spots where you can actually die in town due to fall damage and such. However, the waypointing inside towns is free, so it is fairly easy experience to gain. Some of the achievements that I have not gone over that you can do to try and get achievement chests and rewards and stuff slightly quicker early on are these explorer achievements. They're simply achievements for exploring the different maps in each region. I have completed them all, obviously, because I have multiple characters with 100% map completion. And there are several others. For certain things. Such as, infiltrating bandit hideout. The other one in general that you can do is called Slayer. And this is basically just achievement points you can get by killing various types of enemies in the game. Again, I have completed a large number of them due to having played for years. Some of them are fairly easy to do, at least early tiers of. I mean, I wouldn't recommend grinding out completion of them unless you really, really want to, because full completion is 1,000 kills. But some of them are fairly easy to do in starter areas, such as the Spider Slayer. Some of them are a lot harder, such as the Giant Slayer or the where is it? I guess I moved it up. There it is. Shell Slayer and Minotaur Slayer. I thought they were lower. I don't know why I didn't look at the top to begin with. Simply because there's not as many creatures that qualify. And they're not as readily available in the early areas. Then, of course, there's some that you just can't do without other things. Like the expansion ones, like Elona Safari Killer, or Safari Hunter, and Dijin Bottler. Those you can't even do without having expansions. And like the Dijin one, the last tier is literally just 100 because Dijin are so rare. Same thing with some of the ones I've completed. Reaper of the Awakened, Slagger of the Forged. Those require having like Path of Fire expansion. There is also the Weapon Master achievement tab. Hilariously, one of the easiest achievements you can get is actually called Master of Overkill. To fully complete it, you have to do 300,000 damage in a single hit. That is very difficult to do in a starter area. However, if you go into... Whoops, wrong button. That button. If you go into the World vs. World map and find any random ambient creature, I don't necessarily see any right here, but ambient creature, oh, there's one. Something like this Osprey here is an ambient creature. If I was to attack this, I will do a lot of damage. See, using a very low-level weapon in a low-level area, I still did 2,500 damage to that. Now, if I was in World vs. World at level 80, which automatically buffs you to level 80, and hit a ambient creature, it would take several 100,000 damage, which allows you to basically instantly complete the Master of Overkill achievement. The rest of the achievements for Weapon Master, I don't necessarily recommend going out of your way trying to finish them quickly, because they do require 5,000 kills with the weapon to finish in their entirety. I have only actually finished 3: longbow, staff, and sword. And hilariously, torch, I've literally only gotten 3 kills ever in almost 12 years, which is just hilarious. But I don't really play any professions that use torch regularly. And then, of course, there are the achievements for completing the jumping puzzles that I've shown a couple of times in different areas. Community also has some semi-easy ones. This one's fairly easy to get at group events because it's just using combo fields and things to kill enemies. Chairs of the World is kind of funny to get and do. It does require you going around the entire world and finding all of these chairs, which is just comical and entertaining to do. All you can eat is literally just, eat a bunch of food items. This one is one that you can get once a year. Um, it's you literally just have to go to the town of Lions Arch sometime during the month of February. I don't know why they chose to make that an achievement, but they did. It's weird, but there it is. But so for now that we're done with that, we are going to jump back over here to the starting waypoint for the map. And I think we will actually take a short break here. So I will be back in a few minutes.
Alright. We are currently back. So now we are going to go ahead and start working on the map here in Brisbane Wildlands. That way we can get up to level 30, which should not really take us that long. Simply because we're already almost level 28. Alright. Alright. So let's revive these guys. Let's go grab this basket here. And kill this guy apparently, so he stops hindering us from getting our basket. That's weird. Reset should have been 15 minutes ago. However, it's not showing me having an updated wizard vault. Strange. Alright, I also need to get up to this vista. So let's figure out how to get up there. Since, to be honest, it's been a while since I had to actually do this stuff straight up. Most of my characters I have just been using mounts when doing mapping. Because it's easier. And faster, but I am trying to do this character more legitimately without mounts and things. go. Alright, that finished one renowned heart. Magical fruit. Okay, I'm gonna take the strawberry tart just because. Alright, let's see,
I'm gonna go ahead and use this just because. Okay. Now, as you can see the Zephyrite kite baskets around the map, so you can kind of tell that the map goes way up there. So, this is not necessarily a small map by any stretch of the imagination. We are kind of at the bottom of it. This actually goes into Metrica province here. So this is the bottom of the map, and it goes all the way over here till it butts up against this area, which is Dry Top. So this is a fairly large map that is going to take us a little while to explore. I don't know if we will actually fully finish the map tonight, being as I don't have to work till later tomorrow, since I don't have to be in till the afternoon. I will probably stream a little later, and attempt to get more done. That being said, I may not spend the entire time on this character. I do have stuff I want to do on my main and stuff. I do want to work on some of the End of Dragon's story and such that he is currently working on. However, I do kind of enjoy... I have kind of been enjoying the streams, and I have been enjoying playing the Guardian more than I thought I would, actually. So, I may just continue doing this. I can't really get up there, I don't think. At least not without using a mount. Oh, maybe I can. Hey, I can. Neat. Alright, let's... Let's go down here and get this waypoint before we do anything else. Then we can go up and get the hero point.
There we go. Alright, hero point done. Now we just have to complete a heart. Alright. So far, nice and easy. Okay. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to get some shield kills, but they're not the easiest thing in the world to get. Alright. That heart's done. Grab some button mushrooms. And you can see some diving goggles over here. I've already used them on my account, so I don't need to. This area does actually have these gates into the area known as Skritzberg. And if events and stuff have not been completed correctly, they will be closed and you will not be able to get into this area. So it is important that the events for this area get finished regularly. People don't necessarily always finish them, however. So sometimes you will have to kind of wait around for events to start and be finished before you can get in and explore this area properly. If you're trying to do map completion, it can be tedious at times. There are also a lot of random merchants in here that just sell weird things like planks that really serve no purpose, but alright, I'm actually going to see if I can get around to this event. I don't know if I'll be able to actually do the event. Depends on if other people are there or not. If not, I probably won't be able to do it simply because, well, let's face it, I am not good enough nor strong enough to be soloing heavy bosses. Maybe. I mean, she's only a veteran, so I can probably do it. Yeah, there we go. Alright, cool. Since I'm right here, I might as well grab the onions. And then head back in to take care of the other stuff. And now at level 28, if it is your first character in the account, you will now have access to looking for group. Which I did go over in one of the previous days' streams. The LFG really isn't super useful for most things. It is unfortunately kind of a just like dead thing. It's really not utilized by people very often. There is some stuff that people will advertise in there. There'll usually be the weekly jumping puzzle. There'll be people who are keeping their characters there so people can just teleport to them with teleport to friend items. There a lot of times there's a silver waste group running, but for the most part you can generally also find a world boss train in there. Other than that, a lot of it is fairly empty most of the time. These ones are currently the ones that have the most in them, simply because they are the newest areas. And because that's the newest stuff, they tend to have stuff in it. Same thing with these ones, because they are newer areas. A lot of times you can find like one or two groups doing stuff there. A lot of the other ones, the older stuff, as you can see, is just empty. There really aren't people doing a whole lot. That one has people who are doing fishing, but there isn't really a whole lot going on in most of them. Every once in a while you'll find somebody advertising something, bounties in some of the maps, especially if it's a weekly. But the farther you go back into the maps, the more the more people ignore them. Looks like Tangled Depths has quite a few people doing it right now. Dragon's Stand will probably have people setting up for it since Tangled Depth is finishing. But so it is a helpful tool for finding stuff. However, a lot of times it's just gonna say it's empty. Oops, festival. Go away. The PvP, you're generally never going to really find groups in the PvP ones. World vs. World, rarely you will find someone using those. Strike missions, you can occasionally find people doing those. Those get used semi-regularly. Raids, again, it's rare you'll find people looking for stuff in there. That's usually stuff that's done as preset groups. Guilds usually run that stuff, so... fractals, again, they're dungeon things. Same with the dungeons. So... you can occasionally find people doing them, but it's rare. Same thing with achievement. Guild recruitment usually has 1 or 2 things in it throughout the day. Nothing major. But most of them don't generally have stuff in it. So, but if it is your first character on an account, that unlocks at level 28. Or 29, sorry, 29. I'm not a fan of that. That's light armor, so I can't use it. Don't need those for anything. Alright. Okay, now we need to basically just work our way through Skritsboro. Yay, all done. Okay. And again, more shiny merchants with random junk. And if you're curious, this is the King of the Skrit. So, there are a couple of chests here by the Skrit King that you can grab. That are just free chests, basically. They pretty much give an item each. Swap over and see. Okay, yep. This is definitely better than the shield I'm currently using. And that is better than the sword. However, it is a great sword, not a regular one. So, don't care. Okay. So, once we finish this level, which we are getting very close to being done with, we will be high enough level to do our next story chapters. I'm going to kill this faulty turret. Now, these areas are a little more involved. In terms of what needs to be done and what can be done. Simply because they are designed for higher level characters with more skills. So they do have more requirements for certain things. The Renowned Hearts take a little longer to finish. The enemies are obviously a little stronger. They're generally a little bigger and tend to be a little more not really hard to traverse, but tedious. You can easily get turned around in a lot of the larger maps. Especially when the stuff you're trying to find is underground. So it does make completing the map a little more difficult. I am not 100% sure if I'm going to full clear this map before doing the level 30 stories or whether I will do it after. I haven't quite decided yet. But where do you think you're going, Bat? Okay, and that takes care of that heart. So we are making progress. As I said, as you get into the higher level areas, progressing through the hearts and stuff does tend to start taking a little longer and everything. So you do kind of have to slow down a little and work a little more to get stuff done. Uh, um, Problem now is I don't know where I really want to go. I know I want to go over this way at some point. I kind of want to finish Skritsboro while it's open and everything. Jump over here to the waypoint. Figure out where I want to go. Well, I'm deciding where to go. Let me pull this up to show you. To complete Volume 2, this is where it's going to become difficult, for me to move on from it. Because to finish it and unlock Volume 3, you need to complete 20 items. We've completed 16 and are almost done with these 3. This one we actually need to do 10 hearts, but there are that many hearts in this map, so we can get that done. Simply by mapping this area. However, the problem comes in with that's only 3. And the last 3 are for crafting, which means we will have to select a craft if we want to finish the Volume 2 of the Adventure Guide. If you're a new player and starting out, obviously this isn't an issue because you'll basically have all of them to choose from and won't have done any. With the fact that I have characters who have all of them fairly well leveled up and basically almost maxed out or completely maxed out, I don't really have a reason with my new characters to do crafting. So why don't we finish off the spirit weapon training? Actually, how many virtues can I get? Just 2? Yeah. But I can get my next minor one. That'll be good, because that gives me the passive minor trait. And then I can get the next 2 spirit weapons. Alright. Well, I think since it's open, I'm going to try and finish Skritsboro. So we're gonna work our way through here. And attempt to get over to the area that we didn't go to before. Now, while there are crafting stations here in this area, there are no master craftsmen, so we cannot select a craft to learn. There is a rich iron vein, though. That's cool. One of my guildmates is looking to do the legendary backpack ad infinitum stuff in Fractals. I need to do some of that stuff, but it depends on what point he's at. Because I am on part 2 of it. If he is doing part 1, I don't really need it. If he's doing part 3, I'm not that far. So, I don't know if I really want to switch over and do that or not. Alright, and that is level 30. Which actually unlocks Azclon Catacombs, as well as our personal story. Delete that. Alright. Wee ploosh. Okay, now this sucks because this is a champion, and there is a splendid chest there. There's also a rift there for the sky scale. However, I know I have gotten that one before. This is also the area where we just did my story mission, the Okadal village area. So, we're just gonna peace out of this area. Looks like he's doing tier 1. Okay. I don't really need tier 1 stuff. I've already finished tier 1 ad infinitum. So, that's fine. Let's jump back over here and then rerun through the tunnels. So I can get back over to the tunnels waypoint, because following that other area would put me way outside where I want to be. I do kind of want to go do Fractals and help out with that, just because I do enjoy Fractals. But I do want to keep streaming, and I do want to keep working on my Guardian, so I'm torn between what I want to do. I mean, I know I can always work on this and this later and everything. Um, problem is, well, I also want to work on this and stream. I mean, I'm mostly just streaming to stream and for myself. I don't really have anybody watching or anything 95% of the time. So it's not like anybody's gonna miss anything if I get off and go do fractals. I don't know. I mean, the longer I sit here to think about it, the more likely it is they're gonna find somebody or just start, so I do kind of need to make up my mind quickly. I mean, if someone wants to say something in chat to let me know they're watching and to kind of sort of ask me to keep going, then obviously I would keep going. However, there's currently no one in chat who's asking about anything, so I don't really necessarily have a super high incentive to worry about that. It's also 9 o'clock at night, so there's that I have to think about too. That's hilarious that I can buy another one of these when I already have one. I think I need to go this way. I mean, obviously I could jump on my Skyscale or my Springer or literally like any of my mounts. But again, I am trying to do this primarily mount free and with basic abilities and things that would be available to just anyone who is first starting out, at least as much as I can. Obviously the passive stuff I can't really do anything about, but can I aim at the correct cave bat, please? Thank you. There we go. Ah, crap. Well, guess we're running back around. Because, you know, I really wanted to run all the way around here twice. But that's what I get for trying to jump and rush and hurry and everything. I should have just ran up the stairs and not worried about it. Alright. That finishes that. I'm pretty sure that is the end of the stuff in Scrittsboro. So... I think I'm actually gonna jump back to the Grove. Start the level 30 missions. Because those should take us across more of Brisbane anyways. And because, honestly, I wanted to get my reset. Because I was not getting credit towards any of the stuff, but... well, I really wouldn't have completed anything anyways, so no harm, no foul. Now, because it's the easiest craft, I'm just gonna make... Come on. I'm just gonna have them teach me to be a chef. So for crafting, because I hadn't really done it, because I wasn't planning on necessarily doing it or going over any of it, I will go over it a little, I guess. The stuff in orange is stuff that I can make and will give me experience. The stuff in red is stuff that I know I have the recipes to make, but I cannot currently make them because they require too high of a crafting level for me to make. Such as the Griffin egg omelet here requires you to be a level 225 chef to be able to make. First thing I'm going to do, because I've got them and they're just crafting materials, is I'm going to make vials of linseed oil, which should pretty much earn me all of the crafting levels I need. Or apparently not. Because I completed a bunch of stuff in the adventure guide, I did get all the way up to level 32, actually. Power precision with water, fire, earth. Let's go with the earth one. Go with the sharpening stone. The other thing we unlocked were elite skills. Now, each race has racial elite skills. For the Sylvari, it's Summon Sylvian Hound, Take Root, Summon Druid Spirit. Now, again, because I pre-ordered the game when it first came out 12 years ago, I also have access to Mistfire Wolf. And then there are class-specific elite skills. For Guardian, it's Signet of Courage, Renewed Focus, and Feel My Wrath. Because I only have 8 hero points, I don't actually have enough to get any of the elite skills, because they do take 9 to learn. So, for now, I am going to simply set... I think I'll actually set Take Root, just because I can. You can also go into this top one here, which is Discovery, and put random things into these 4 boxes to try and discover recipes. A lot of them are fairly simple. And as I said, the crafting is a really good way to level up. There we go. So, now we are completely done with Adventure Guide Volume 1. The only thing left in Volume 2 now is completing the Renowned Hearts, which obviously will be finished just naturally through doing map completion. And we have now started on Volume 3. And obviously completing Maps 1 automatically finished because we have completed Caledon Forest. Now, again, we won't be able to do some of these. Discovering waypoints, discovering points of interest, viewing vistas. Those we will not be able to do because we don't have access. We're not in those areas yet where those are meant to be done. Same thing with mining ore. We can't really do that because we aren't currently exploring one of the areas that count towards it. Same thing with events and renowned hearts. Obviously, till we get to those areas, we won't be able to do those. Masterwork items, as well as gaining crafting levels, we can technically do. Whatever we need for that, we don't have. Now, some of the discovery things do require items from the production, like ball of dough, which I'll make a ball of dough just to show it. Like, this one requires 25, but it's... Looks like all of these are saying 25. Huh, weird. Anyways. Same thing with the bowl of ice cream base. Which I actually have 2 of, apparently. Weird. Where'd I get the other one? I must make 2. But that one requires 25 minimum. But as you can see here, I can advance semi-quickly on this. Okay. I'm going to make a pile of salt and pepper and a pile of cinnamon and sugar just because. So I have one of each. Mostly because I know they make stuff. Okay, there we go. That's what I was trying to do. Once you get to the next level requirement for stuff, you can see a lot of this stuff just changed from being red.
So, like, we can now do this, and it'll give us a lot more experience than the lower level stuff did. Now, for right now, that's all the crafting I'm going to do, because I don't want to over-level myself by crafting and everything. You know what, let's equip that in the offhand just to learn those skills. I mean, okay. Those are better, so get rid of that, get rid of that. Do I want to open this? Not really, because I don't think I actually need anything. I do need 20 of them to make the banner of the commander. So, maybe? I don't know. Let's go sell all this food on the trade post. Just because I don't really care about any of it. There we go. Use that just because I can. I think I will throw this in here. Actually, let's throw this down here. I'll throw this over there. That needs to be converted to a boost, to an enchanted combat booster. Actually, I think I'll just use it. Whoops. I need the other screen to use it. Just use it just to get rid of it, I guess. Okay. Now that we have 16, it's not quite enough to finish my Signet training, but I can finish either Shout or Meditation. I'm going to finish Shout with Feel My Wrath. I'm also going to unlock Hammer of Wisdom. Alright. And Signet Judgment, I guess, just because we need to work on getting all that stuff unlocked.
Alright, that takes care of that stuff. Um... Okay, so... Let's... Not the one I want. This is the one I want. Okay. Now let's go over here. Okay, where is... Why is it saying it's over here? Okay, whatever. Let's go ahead and enter here. Alright, now that I'm in this instance, I'm going to pop this off. Just because it completes the using elite skills thing. And gives me 10 more hero points. Which will let me finish this one. So, we now have all of our skills unlocked except our last 3 signets, which we need another 17 skill points to finish. And then we can simply start working on specializations. So, we are making progress and doing good on training and stuff. And obviously being leveled and everything. So, this starts us on a very slippery slope, where we start fighting against Zhaitan. And by fighting and eventually defeating Zhaitan, it kind of leads us into fighting and having to defeat and kill all of the Elder Dragons. Which is basically the stories of the first 4 expansions: Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, End of Dragons. Icebrood Saga isn't really an expansion, but your personal story is the fight against Zhaitan. Living World Season 1 and 2 is set up for Heart of Thorns and the awakening and introduction of the next Elder Dragon. Heart of Thorns is fighting that next Elder Dragon. Living World Season 3 is again set up for the next expansion of Path of Fire. Path of Fire is the next Elder Dragon. Living World Season 4 and Icebrood Saga is actually set up and fighting against 2 Elder Dragons. And then End of Dragons is fighting against the final Elder Dragon. And then Secrets of the Obscure starts a new storyline and stuff, with all of the other dragons having been defeated, it introduces new challenges, new enemies, and new things that are happening. I have not done much with Secrets of the Obscure. I've done zero with the story, so I don't know a whole lot about it. I have not looked too much into it because I don't like spoiling stuff for myself that much. Sometimes I will, but it's rare. That being said, at this point in our personal story, we are going to start working with the groups here. And eventually we will have to decide which of the three we want to join. My main, Sir Norton Tarley, is part of Order of Whispers, and because of that, I have got most of the stuff from Order of Whispers. I do have other characters that are part of the Vigil and Dermond Priory, respectively. However, I am not sure which one I want to do here. This is another one of those things where if I had a larger viewer base, I would probably put it to a vote once I got to that point. However, since I don't, I think I will kind of just decide when I get there at random. So, I don't really know what I want to do here. This is the point where most of the personal storylines kind of converge. Or at least start to converge. You still have decisions to make on which group to help and things. Later on in the personal story, all of them merge into one final storyline that just continues along. That all characters follow. That is not for quite a while, though. So, for right now, because you end up choosing between all of them a couple of times, I generally try to do at least one quest, mission, whatever you want to call them, with each of the three groups. Because I can, I think I'm going to do... Okay. And then, obviously, if we ask them, they'll explain theirs. In this case, I think I'm actually going to go with the Priory just because I can. And they happen to be the one I talked to 2 second, honestly. Now, here is an item that is useful, but also tedious at times. This is an invisible bag there are different types of storage bags that you can use for inventory space in the game. The invisible one here keeps items safe from vendors, as well as inventory sorting. So when you go to sell things, they will not appear on the sell list. And they will not compact down when you use the compact option on your inventory. However, that can get problematic if you don't have enough stuff to fill it, and then it ends up getting junk items in it. You will have to go in and physically move them out of the bag to be able to sell them. I don't personally care for the invisible bags. Wow, that is significantly better. Unfortunately, because we got it from the story quest, it is account bound, so we cannot sell it. I am going to use it to enhance my storage space. Currently there's nothing in it because obviously the starter backpack takes precedence. You can, however, do this and put it first. And then the stuff that I want to keep is in there. The problem is the next 4 items I get are also going to go into it. Which makes it slightly difficult to deal with. I'm actually going to move it down to the bottom for right now. I will eventually, and just to show you, when I hit compact, these do not move. I will either move it to the top or get rid of it later when I get a bigger and better bag. For right now, I will just deal with it because I have it and it was free, and why not? So, it is what it is. Now we are supposed to be meeting him at Overgrown Lake, which is actually over here in Kessex Hills. So, because I don't want to leave it partially done, I do kind of want to go back and finish mapping Brisbane Wildlands. The problem with this is that is definitely going to push us well past our level. So we will probably most likely end up in the 40s and stuff, which means at this point, mapping is going to become a secondary thing, and only really be necessary if we wish to do it. Due to the simple fact that the mapping plus the experience from the stories now is going to basically push us to the next experience level needed to continue the story without us really having to do any extra farming like we have in the last couple of steps. So by the time we're done with the level 30 stories, we should be level 40. Same thing with the level 40s going to level 50. We'll most likely be level 50 by the time we're done with the level 40s. Even more so if we actually finish mapping an area. So at this point, I don't feel doing the story is going to be the best option, simply because if we do map completion, we will get levels and things, and then we will be able to basically just push through the story straight through. Unfortunately, mapping is, as I have said before, kind of boring to watch, and I do realize that. I do try to make it a little more interesting. I know I have not been super great about that today. Unfortunately, there is not a whole lot I can say about certain things. Mapping is first and foremost just basic exploration. It is a lot of running around, going to vistas. Doing the hearts are unfortunately fairly repetitive. A lot of them are just kill this type of creature, interact with this pile of junk, turn this item into the NPC. So they unfortunately do suffer in that regard, in my opinion, that the hearts are not varied. They don't really have a good diversity of hearts. It's all the same thing, repeated just in more difficult areas. There are certain areas that are more entertaining to me than others. I do tend to halt my map exploration. Usually about 40 to 50% of the world map completed. This is mostly due to the fact that I get bored with it. And I have not necessarily been doing story missions with my other characters the way I should have. For tonight, however, with it being 20 to 10 for me, even though I don't have to necessarily get up early to go to work in the morning, I do think I am going to call the stream here for tonight. I think we are actually at a fairly good stopping point. Being as we are just starting the level 30 stories, we are not currently actively doing anything in map exploration. We do need to finish Brisbane Wildlands, which will probably be the first thing I do tomorrow. Tomorrow will most likely be an early stream. If I do stream at all tomorrow. I may not stream tomorrow simply because, honestly, I do have work in the evening, so I will probably try to get some rest and stuff earlier in the day. Tuesday, I don't know if I will stream. And if I do, it will most likely not be on my stream character. It will most likely be on my main, because I will want to explore the new Janthier Wilds expansion maps. So I do appreciate everyone that stopped by today. And everybody who, chats and stuff. And I would like to give a special shout out to Keezy7, who did come in and ask several questions and did have a fairly decent chat about some of the more historical stuff I do have in my bank and other things. But for now, that is going to be it for the stream for today. I do hope to see everyone back, or at least some of the people back more regularly. As I am streaming, I am trying to stream more regularly and stuff. My workload has lightened up, being as my store is currently staffed fairly well, so I do not have to work nearly as many hours as I was, which has freed me up to do more streaming. That's all I have for tonight. Again, thank you everybody for coming and stopping in and checking me out and giving me views, even those who just lurked and didn't say anything. And again, extra thank you to Keezy7 for the chat and everything. I do appreciate it. It does definitely help on my pathway to getting affiliate, which unfortunately the biggest barrier I have found to that is getting my average viewer count high enough. Everything else I've pretty much finished a long time ago. I have always struggled with the average viewer count, being as I don't tend to get a whole lot of viewers. So, again, thank you to everyone that did stop by and gave me some views and did help increase that average viewer count. So, everybody have a good night, and I will see you at the next stream.